Hello, meowdy, kronichiwa, all of those things. This greeting's just gonna get longer and longer. And I am unmuted. Had to make sure of that. Just in case. But yes, hello. Okay, wait, no, that's really good too. I am in fact unmuted. I do not have tape over my mouth. I have been freed. And we'll see if that is a good or a bad thing. Hello! And everything's working, I think? Annyeonghaseyo, crow! Hello, more like Hecrow. The crow. That's too far removed at that point. Oh shoot, happy birthday to your mom! Crola? Crola! That's great! I'm gonna forget all of these, but know that I appreciate them in this moment. Hey, no, you're totally good! Don't feel obligated or pressured to come to any of these. The VODs will exist, and I will eventually catch up with posting all of them, I swear. I'm working on it. I'm at September now? Kind of? Slowly. Hey! Yeah. What a time. It's not September this month? I think that's a little bit too off. Literally, two months off. Genuinely too off. Ah, so, naruhodo. Naruhodo. I feel like that was said last time, but I don't remember, so I'm just gonna laugh at it again. Anyway, last time we decided to defend ourselves again from what's it called? In a murder case, which was a great idea as a student and not an actual lawyer in any capacity. But don't worry, we are accompanied by an actual lawyer, our friend, and probably roommate? At this point, I'm not sure. Hello! It was a Meowder case. Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, if I did it, it's Meowder, but it's not. I'm innocent. I did not do this one. Sei Crow. You're right. How dare you use my full legal name? Alrighty, let's see how this goes, yeah? We've called in the extra witness. Oh my gosh, they were classmates. Well, it's still the same day as far as they're concerned. Hey, it's almost actually the 22nd of November. Maybe I should just wait until the 22nd of November, yeah? The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Post the VOD in a week. No, they're scheduled to come out one at a time because I don't want to overflow anyone's subscription boxes, and I'm not putting up 30, like 20 videos at once. Blah? No, I don't think so. Almost the 22nd means it wasn't the 22nd of November. They were wrong. We found the contradiction. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds.
He had a whole side game trying to find this witness.
And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. I'm not sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation
I think he's supposed to say flounders here.
flounders, salmons, tunas all over the place.
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. It can be your angel or your devil. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system... Ooh, oh, he's angry. Wait, hold on. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
I thought he was gonna rip off his hair for a second.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I feel like this doesn't have anything to do with the case. Can we please talk about something else? I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Hello. Ooh, pasta. I had pasta for lunch. Gasp! Is this news to you? Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brat!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Oh, by the way, I know what the reference is for this this character's name now. I know it now. What's it called? The person who died was Wilson. It was the what is it? It's the copyright-free version of Watson. And Watson was shot by a shoot. It's a type of bullet that is called something like this. So it's her. She did it. I know it was you. Because of literary references. Anyway, that won't hold up in court. There's no evidence. But, I mean, in a world where everyone's name is a pun, eventually, you gotta have, like, someone's gotta have the pattern recognition to be able to be like, you're going to be a criminal one day. Anyway, the deterministic outcome of people being named what they are in this world aside, yeah, nominative determinism is unfortunately not evidence. Glad we're on the same page. Favorite Ace Attorney character? Oh, man. That's hard. Okay, in this game so far, Kazuma's really great. Supportive, amazing. Is absolutely willing to duel someone to the death for Naruhodo. I submit to the court the victim's name! What do you mean? Anyway.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Okay. Oh my, that is a swan. Is that real? Is that gonna, like, come to life? With Ace Attorney, it's not out of the question. Well, we'll figure it out.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
The swan is the real killer. Please, no, my hat made me do it. It won't let me do things of my own accord. A murder of crows. See, that's just assumptions, I say, as I assume that she's the murderer based on her name. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is this stereotyping? Okay. Wait, you see the swan too? No one has been able to see see this swan except for me. You're the chosen one. Is that true? No idea. Okay, cool.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Okay, tone back the brown nosing, my guy. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as maybe I lose the accent for... Wow, you rude. He was talking.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Yeah, I think I lose it for him because, like, she's the one from Britain and, like, okay, I think that makes more sense. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Oh, okay, cool. Kazuma is absolutely addressing the fact that she's real quirky. And has a bird on her head. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Huh? Guilty? Anyway.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Do we see your face at all? Oh no, we don't. A phantom. Guys, I can't talk with this. What does this say? Is that an at sign? Like, here's the thing. I understand having bad handwriting and not being able to read it, but they're speaking right now. How is this coming out? Is this just, they're speaking in English and they can't understand? Is that what's happening? Is that 2 letters? I'm... Cool.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
I just read that as My beam. Going Canterbury Tales? Oh no. No one would be able to understand that one. That is the same thing that you said earlier, right? No, this word is different. No, there's the again, and then there's the at sign. Okay, never mind. You get to be British, because, well, you get stuck with the bad British accent. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty, not facility.
Oh my! What a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Oh, so, you know English? Oh, wait, both of you do? Why can't I understand it then? She comes from London, Texas! Oh yeah, that's exactly where she comes from. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Okay. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Now, does she understand Japanese is the question. English is a rude and rustic tongue. I mean, it definitely was seen that way. It was the pauper's language. And then it wasn't. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I guess she doesn't understand then. Okay. Yes, most definitely. That looks like of. That's what my cursive class from grade school told me. OF. And then it just becomes IN. Yeah, no use trying. She says, yes. That translated to yes? This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? I mean, even if she does, in an official legal capacity, if I were in her position, I'd probably also defer to a translator too, because if I misunderstand something, that could be so bad. Like, I get it. But also, yeah, it would take a lot of time. Yes, posing like Jesse and James. There's an S in there. Not allowed to have family members or staff translate in healthcare. Oh, that's fair. No, that's definitely fair. Biases and stuff, you gotta get someone impartial. That totally makes sense. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Also, you whisked her away, so, you know. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. Yeah, exactly. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
I can tell that this is them translating like super formal speech. Oh man.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes
Okay.
caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
I can tell. Yeah, they adding the formal speech in front of everything. I see. Resplendent. Yeah, I know what they're doing here, or like what how it was translated rather, or I can guess.
Bleh.
Algie, please, the translator isn't gonna translate all of that. Has Algie even seen her eyes? No. I don't think any of us have. The swan took them. And she's actually seeing from the swan's eyes up there. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Sorrowful. Blah, blah, blah. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. Oh, did she? The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Does she have a tail? Okay. Order! Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. How, in what...
You've already been wrong like 3 times, dude. Well, it looks like it's clear now. She's lying. Clear who our real enemy is. Kazuma ready to strike down her and her bird, too. If the blood was cold, then he was already dead! Exactly, he was chilled. He was put in the freezer. I don't know if they had that, actually. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Sorry, witness, I can't hear you over your hat. It's too loud. Anyway. Am I really not allowed to hear what she's saying, given that Kazuma and Ryunosuke both can understand her? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Hat. No, you can't bring that back! See, that's not a cool hat, and therefore, I'm not gonna be as excited over this one. That bird is facing directly towards me, and I don't like that. Yeah, just turn her into a hat. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. I feel like if that happened, the other witnesses would have said that, you know? 'Cause, like, that's so Sure, whatever. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously, I couldn't have been the culprit. Yeah. This is It's a condemning testimony indeed! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel!
Ooh, wait, maybe it goes Swan Lake and, like, I don't know, maybe the swan turns into the dark swan from that. I have not actually watched Swan Lake, but I think there was something like that in there. The Barbie movie, when I was young, told me that.
I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Yeah, that's true, though. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. Did that ever come up? It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could What do you mean? That's such a big hat. What are you Also, those dresses, you see how poofy that dress is? They have pockets. They have full, like, bags in their skirts. Because they're not carrying bags with them. Also, the swan itself is the gun. That also could work. But, like, genuinely, what do you mean she can't hide anything on her? That is Okay, it's fine. We don't need to worry about the fact that she definitely has 2 large pockets sewn into her giant skirt, or the giant cavity above her freaking cranium. Behind her? No. I mean, like, her skirt. It's a big poofy skirt. Those have pockets in them. Or those had, like, historically they had pockets in them, because they don't carry bags. They had, like, sewn in, like, giant, like, things into the skirts. because it's hidden and it's convenient. People cared about practicality. I'm just saying. Sure, Hosonaga, sure. You just don't understand fashion. Oh, okay. Okay. We're on the same page. I don't think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. Oh yeah? Bet. Prove it. That's so easy to check. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Okay, how about your hat then? Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Yeah, no, that's true. That's exactly what I'm saying. But like, maybe he doesn't do that one. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun that day. Wait, can't you check, like, the amount of bullets in the chamber at that point? Cause, like, that's, like, actual evidence. I mean, I don't know if they have ballistics matching, like, to match, like, the bullet to the gun that was fired. But, we'll see. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. I assume they handled the evidence properly? You got a point. They probably dropped the bullet like 10 times over, and now it's got like scuff marks from the ground, and it's like, oh yeah, the rock fired the gun. Yeah? Girl, you don't need to make yourself look more sus. We already can't see your face and you're wearing a giant swan. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Excellency. Okay, let's press everything. Oh, I can't see the things. That's funny. My screen is too... Uh-oh. What was the button again? Was it E? I can't see the bottom, like, little segment of the screen. Because R was present, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Was it E? No, that's present! Uh-oh. R? Q? Yes. There we go. I found it eventually. Is that Ace Attorney? It is! After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection! You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right?
No. I'm sorry, that's such a fancy cursive no. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. Use my ultimate. Press. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Also, I love how the inspector is, like, still wearing the undercover outfit. He never bothered to change out of it. He still has the the handkerchief? Napkin? Cloth napkin? Yeah. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is!
Seriously, quit the brown-nosing, my guy. So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Oh, shoot! Congrats on your food getting there. Okay, let's just keep pressing everything. I don't think this is gonna... Honestly, I don't think these statements are gonna matter. He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct? That's right. They're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. Like, he could still have water, if I remember correctly, right? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Oh, yeah. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So, it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Wait, wasn't there only one glass, though? What do you think, Rinosuke? About the witness's last statement? Yeah, there was only one. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
Well, I thought it was because there was only one glass of water. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kasuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. How do I open my... How do I open the thing again that isn't presenting it? Oh wait, this is to examine, I think. Yeah, and then this one's present? No. Shoot.
It sucks that I can't see it right now. Why? No.
I would present if I knew what button it was. Hold on, maybe... Shoot. How do I even open the menu anymore? Oh no! Okay, wait. Press the present button. I can't press it! Because it's too below my screen. Wait, hold on. I think what I can do is if I move my model a little bit to the side, I should be able to see it on the stream screen. Because I literally have no other way to... Like, now I can see... Okay, wait. G... Present. Okay. Woo! Aha! Short key for that. Okay. Maybe I can fix this. Maybe I'm allowed to fix things. Save first in case I break everything. Can I redo the resolution so that it doesn't... If I do that... Oh? It fixed! I can see things again! Awesome. How do I open the... I just wanted to see my inventory. I wish I remember how to play this game. It has been 2 days. Gameplay? No. Key config. Haha! Oh wait, is it just... Ah. It is literally just that button. I figured it out. I fixed it. It's all good now. It's this picture, right? Yeah, there's only one glass. I'm pretty sure that's it. Why do you guys want me to show off the badge so badly? Okay, if I do this, will you guys quit it? If I do it one time... In fact, which statement do you want me to present the badge on? You know what? You're right. Chat won't abandon it. You're gonna keep badge-ing? Yeah, okay. If that's the case. Yeah. Well, over a glass. I guess it was one glass.
According to the judgment of the Orifice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. We're here to break tradition. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Look at this graph! Okay. Quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae?
Wait, no, he would totally mispronounce it.
Minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Because she's lying. Minutia, you say. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? Well, a single hand cannot clap, and a single glass cannot clink. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh. Well, he's being helpful. I don't think he knows where that glass went. I don't know why. I feel hopeful that he's not a bad person. He's just kind of a stickler for doing his job. Inspector, what did the lady say? You can totally clap with 1 hand. Well, it's the adage. Just... He's just a blood cough. Oh my god, I forgot he's been coughing. He stopped now. Maybe that was part of his, disguise? Actually, being a waiter with a terrible cough is not a great disguise. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? Yeah, what? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! But where's the glass now?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, she does have a tail. What the heck? She could hide it in the tail too!
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
But then where did it go? Where did she hide it? It's impossible for her. She's speaking tall tales. Check the tail. That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
Murder is more than mischief, but they both start with M. Yeah, also a weird thing to just suddenly hide. Most definitely. Like, I feel like it's not the first thing that you do if you're scared. Whatever. I hid the glass in my pockets! Wait. I feel like this crowd... Yeah, no, literally. No. This can't be put down to mischief. This crowd should already be just really, really doubting the prosecution. They've been wrong on so many, like, fronts that they're just not trustworthy anymore. I paid for the whole drink. I'm gonna drink the whole drink. I'm gonna run out of this restaurant sipping that wine. I'm just gonna take this to go. It's a custom, obviously, overseas. You wouldn't understand. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. In my pockets that I don't have. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Yeah? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Isn't it a private session? There's still a crowd. It's just like a crowd of like military officials and stuff.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
Well, she could have had the gun in there too.
This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasons.
No, I'm trying to clear things up with logical reasoning. You're trying to confuse the court with illogical reasoning, but okay.
But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. I will shave you. That's a threat. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. Just a fancy cursive no.
No.
Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the bag. She has a bag. She has one. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Only well-to-do ones, apparently, so, okay. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. A small item like a tiny gun! Which was a very, very small gun. But What she forgot to mention was her handbag. Oh, Bud, you were doing so well last time. You started getting into the groove of slamming that desk. In which, it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
Was it Trigon?
No, it wasn't!
I'm being attacked. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. And you won't, so I will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you, or did you not, search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
Someone had a gun? The Swan did it. The Swan was a gun. The meaning of what? Prosecutor Alchi.
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh, well. I'm not gonna do that. I've started getting better, so I'm not gonna make myself worse. Why does he have a katana? To better make his point with. You know? He's always got a point. Why did he unsheath his sword? Don't worry about it. It's to better prove his point. Just gotta, you know, take this point and show you. Intimately. Just in case. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Gasp. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. How do you forget that? Those are like rare, right? That's such an ineffectual bag. Most things are just gonna fall out of that. What the heck? Also, there's another compartment behind it. I'm just gonna say that right now. There's fabric there. That means you can absolutely put... There's gonna be another compartment. There's a back on it. Idiot. Anyway. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Wait, why is there a... Is that a cow on his hand? Why does he have a... It's either a cow or like a Breath of the Wild guardian. It's her glass carrying bag, of course. Oh yes, how could I forget a Victorian woman's favorite pastime, carrying around wine glasses. She's the wine aunt. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Why? Is it because you can hide the gun under your hat? That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are at the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search that lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. But what if it was... But... Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that the hat is the gun at this point. Ugh. As you can see, there is nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Guilty of bad fashion, too. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh! Oh no! He shot him! Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. I'm sure that tattoo or scar or whatever the heck on his hand is gonna come into play at some point. Certainly, Your Excellency. Wait, what reason did you have for taking a picture of this though? Like, whatever. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. No, I haven't. I only pressed the first 2 statements. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. What evidence? As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. What has this proved? Just that she doesn't have it in her... Okay.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Did you deactivate? Asking about motive? Imagine having motive. Imagine having ballistics evidence. Imagine looking at the bag to see if there was a second compartment. That one bothers me a lot. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean... this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat.
The wind turned off. Oh no.
You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Pulls out sword. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the... Oh? Ooh, he slammed the desk! Wait! Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes, it is. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. as the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print.
You know what? I'm gonna look at that photographic print, in fact. Can I examine things further? I mean, I think that this is weird, but I don't know if that's gonna help. I don't know what this proves.
Look at this graph.
Like, why? Wait! That's where that came from! Why is that? Why is that on his hand? He was holding it? Hot plate? Yeah, maybe. But like, usually, I mean, I get he was shot, but like, usually if you are holding a hot thing, your body makes you let go before it has a chance to imprint itself onto you like that. Torture? Yeah, I'm guessing like, and the thing is, he wasn't holding it when he got shot. And he was also sitting at the side with the plate. Oh, wait, there's an ad currently. I should probably wait a little bit for people to come back. But I am having revelations. I am having thoughts, and I will have some water. Please hold, your stream is now loading. Your verdict is also loading. I'm going to make your verdict buffer until I win this case. But yeah, it is weird that he's on the side that she was eating from though, right? Why would he be there? Like, I don't know if that's the reason for the issue, or if it's like, if it's just he held onto the plate. Huh. Also, random sad aside, my reusable straw broke, so now I have to drink and without a straw, and it's very sad. Was he able to eat? He couldn't. He got dental work, so he couldn't eat. Yeah, I was drinking pear water yesterday for the cough that I had. I still kind of have. It's a lot better right now. But I was drinking pear water, and the thing about the pear water, like, home remedy thing is that, like, it's boiling hot, so it melted the straw. And I, went to, like, bend it a little bit, and it snapped, so there's no saving that thing anymore. Physically, he could probably eat, but, like, I don't know. He's a well-to-do, respectable English gentleman. He would listen to the doctor's orders, right? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he was a rebel. I mean, he has this sick tattoo. Except it's not. I still think that this is ridiculous. Wait, so she really did just take this glass with her? Wouldn't it break? He ate the steak and a tooth came out from his wound. It was the steak! The steak did it! You can tell because there's a cow on his hand. Yeah, no, literally. It's really strange, his placement there. But also, it's like, I'm trying to think about how it could have happened, because, Ryunosuke was there at that point. He bent down, but, like, for them to switch spots is a little bit weird. Well, anyway, I do see what the issue here is now. Welcome back. From the ad, or so Twitch tells me.
All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Unless he had a sick tattoo. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. No, it's not! It's not the handbag! There's the hand! We don't need the bag! It's a pretty handbag. It's just pretty, not useful for carrying around a wine glass.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yeah, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. No, I know what it is. Only I could put my finger on it. If only I could put my wrist on it. Just you know, my whole, like, palm, wrist area. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? I am not presenting the badge. Yes, Your Excellency. Ooh, he doesn't even look nervous. I'm proud of him. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Wait, is it this one? There we go. It's WASD. Right here.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with this magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner has also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The handbag was filled with tiny, red-hot cows, clearly. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. No, I know where it is! I know where it is! Ah, Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Oh. Oh shoot, thank you for the tier 1, Ambrist.
Welcome in, welcome in.
She would like to know if she would maybe excused from the stand now. No.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes. Yes! You're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case. Then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. You could tell? I really couldn't underneath that giant hat of hers. Gotta love how drinking water causes the model to glitch the heck out. That's what happens when you put water on digital things. Why does she to begin with? No, exactly. Maybe the swan got paler. I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I already know, it's on the plate. It's on the hot plate. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
This one. There's a thing. Right here. There's the cow.
I hope that works.
Yes! It did!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Well, until they fade, but, you know, shouldn't be an issue. Hot plate goes moo. We gotta move it on.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady and any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Wait, theoretically, she doesn't understand what he's saying right now. Like, she doesn't understand any of this, because he's not translating to her right now. Oh well. Oh, wait. Then how could she have gone white when we mentioned a... Well... Huh. She does know what's happening. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. We pointed out, fair enough. What? How?
Objection!
No, not how. Cow!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
Right here.
What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Doop doop. Right here.
Yes! The beef steak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Yunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
There we go. Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Nevermore, cried the Raven. Okay, did anybody else have to memorize the Raven in school. Like, I got lucky in my class. I only had to do, like, the first stanza, but, like, did anybody else have to do that? Is that just a weird thing my school did? Well, anyway. Thanks. No? No! Not the whole thing. Thankfully not. What the heck? Did have to read it. Why was my school so weird? I was the one class that didn't have to memorize the whole thing. But I still remember the first, like, stanza. Let's see. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. I forgot the last bit of it, but that's about how much I remember. But, like, that was a time and a half. The Cask of Amontillado was a good story, though. That was fun. I don't know why I still remember that, by the way. I never actively tried to continue to remember that. It's like how I had a friend who memorized the first, like, 200 digits of pi, because we had, like, a pi contest for Pi Day. And the Raven said, nah. What was it? Like, what was it? I remember it up to, like, digit 20-something? 50? No, 50-something was what I used to remember. I only know, like, 20-something now. Did they brainwash me to remember? I don't know. I learned nothing useful, apparently. I learned how to memorize the Raven. Why? Me at my school system. Anyway. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Okay, cool. I was about to bring that up, too. Like, burns, they end up, like, smudging over time, yeah? Because, like... Oh, that too. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Like, it's like it would blister, right? It wouldn't keep the same shape anymore? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. Oh, that too.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. I'm glad that he's, like, he really is impartial to this, and I do appreciate that. And if he was alive, he would, like, they would have known that a burn happened if he was alive and got that. It's weird. It's essentially a brand, those hold their shape. Yeah, no, definitely. But it has to be put there for quite a while for it to actually keep its shape. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. No one would, like, yeah. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. Takes a bit of time for burns to blister over? I've never gotten a burn like that bad, so... As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. Question close enough, both work.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Nobody climbed the ranks. It's good, honest work. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any day before it. Wait. Wasn't he... Okay, I have 2 ideas. One is he was drugged and she ran away with the glass that has, like, poison or some type of, like, knockout thing or something like that. Which is weird, because if she's just gonna use a gun, then, like, why bother? The other is, didn't he... What's it called? The whole thing with him not being able to eat or drink is because he took an anesthetic, right? And it hadn't worn off yet? Oh, yeah, cool. Same page. Thought that was weird. Like, That's what I remember anyway, that it would have... I mean, how long would it last? It's fantasy anesthesia, who knows? That's right, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. He got promoted, good for him. If he keeps going, maybe he'd make a bellboy someday. No, those also get kind of incriminated a lot in the Ace Attorney series. It's probably not a great profession to go into. Depends on the anesthetic. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi?
Yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Gasp. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... He was already dead! Was asleep. No, he hadn't noticed. Because of the anesthesia. Okay, I'm gonna double check. Because my idea is anesthesia, he couldn't notice it. I don't think it would have put him to sleep, but just in case. He hadn't noticed it. Yes, the professor, being as... No, that's... Yeah, see? Huh. That doesn't seem right. As... He's not absent-minded. Is he absent-minded? Is that something that was established beforehand? Was unaware of his hand falling onto the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. Okay, cool. You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are, labeling him as a bumbling scatterbrain. How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Perhaps the scream you let out will wake you up a bit. No, it's because he had the anesthesia. What am I supposed to say? All of those were wrong. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. May very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. He had anesthesia! Surely it'd only be local anesthesia. I don't know, anesthetic seemed like it was a new process. He wasn't asleep. Okay, I'm assuming then that they didn't consider the anesthesia, and that's going to come up as a rebuttal later. Okay. He was dead! Oh no! No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
Dead? You were talking to him. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. They were removing his wrist teeth. Oh, gross. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
That's a lot of files. Order! Order! Order, please! Council, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Aochi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. I beg your pardon? Then beg. It's a pretty great one. I'm pretty sure that that's from a Tumblr post, which is hilarious. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Makes my job more interesting. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. Ooh-woo. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Why did you... Why were you pretending this whole time? Girl.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Oh, thank you for the follow. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
Speaking is for poor people. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Oh! Oh! Oh boy!
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Oh man, it's the racism! Uh-oh! Yeah, that's pretty historically accurate. Well, Algie, you did say that that British English was really good, was better. You said that. How are you feeling?
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Well, that's not wrong, but not in the way that he expects.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. You can grab your racism bell, that's fair. Yeah, run away from the racism. That's entirely valid. Cool. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Oop, I forgot to turn the sound off on my phone. Sorry about that. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me.
Poison! You work in the medical poison!
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Wow. She really said, I can get away with poisoning someone because they're... because of racism? Okay. Because of my racist beliefs. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Did she just admit to the murder? I think she kinda did, but like, not explicitly, so we still have to take it apart. She read a Sherlock book and thought No, Sherlock Holmes is in this universe, if I remember correctly. I don't know much about this game, but I do know about that copyright fiasco. Watson was already in here. He's the victim, unfortunately. But Sherlock Holmes is a character. I remember that. Easy does it. This court seems very fair. Yeah, definitely.
I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Girl, you're gonna single-handedly be the reason that there is no longer a treaty between these two countries. Sherlock Holmes is better than Sherlock Holmes, no question.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
What? Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Will it? Will it? I don't know, I think it was supposed to be the final one 3 cross-examinations ago. My final one, I don't know, is it the final one or is it the final one? This will be your final fantasy. Anyway. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Whoa, okay. Yeah? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Alright, time to press everything.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Also, it was your plate. I feel like we really need to address the fact that it was her plate. He wouldn't have been sitting in front of it because he's not the one eating it. You know?
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open.
How would you see that? I'm behind a desk!
You can't would not have noticed, can you?
I'm behind a desk. How do you see that?
Gah! What fun!
The mask gives her X-ray vision. No wonder she's wearing it. Oh, I love this version of this song. So good. Okay, sorry.
You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream.
Sorry? You want to test your what is it? Your gentlemanness right now and put your hand on a hot plate for 3 seconds?
Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Dude, you're embarrassing yourself.
Yes!
Well, I can't.
Anyway,
Okay.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although...
Although?
Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you.
Dude, somebody absolutely cursed this guy out and then told him it meant bless you so that he wouldn't get mad. Like, this is absolutely what happened, and now he's just walking around like he thinks this is correct. I think this guy needs some friends. I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway,
Yeah, I do think that this guy's pretty impartial. That's good. But didn't add anything, so not that one. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right. Your silence is telling. Okay, poison. Can someone just say poison? Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? Poison! Like the glass. Why would you run away with the glass? Soul left his body because he knew Aochi would simp on his student.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my...
You have no honor.
I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
Why out killing someone that leaves no trace? We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. I don't think I have evidence of that one, though. Wait, do I? Wait, hold on. Do I have evidence? Cause like... The only thing I can think of would be the medical report, but... Just because, like, nothing else mentions anything remotely similar to poison? Oh, she was a swan lady mousepad. It just comes in, it's just the swan. He's very disappointed.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction...
I know this mechanic from the Professor Layton series. Or, crossover. I can't do anything about that.
It doesn't even occur to you naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene.
Oh wait, did I not say that last one? Oh, no, I did say it.
I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Tell Aochi. You presume that Aochi has a wife? I don't think that he does.
A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. There were ellipses! If she's beautiful, why can't we see her face? True beauty is not something for mortals to perceive. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. What? Well... Oh, tutorial. Fair enough. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma... What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing that I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? The British don't have faces! Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright. I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Two. There we go. And press. Right. Nope. It's after Aoji says his simpery.
Wait.
There it is. Yeah? Oh, okay. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's actually the person actually making the current statement. Oh my god, he pulled out a monitor. But by moving the marker left and right with add, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. I am glad that they brought this mechanic back though, it was pretty fun. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with add, and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Oh, I'm pressing the thing. I'm pressing the thing. I'm pressing it. Ah! There we go. And then space. Excuse me? Yeah! What the, oh, what's the meaning of this? Keyboard and made in Japan. I mean, he also had a whole monitor too, and we're just seeing mysterious markers. It's fine. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? Anachronisms. Oh no, Kronos is here too! If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. Listen, if the hallucinations are actively helping us solve the case, then are they really just hallucinations?
What is the meaning of this?
Oh, he just got all the sweat in one... Ooh.
It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Have you been poisoned? Wait, is that why you're coughing? 'Cause like, if there was poison on the scene, but then why wouldn't you say anything about it? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. Oh? The lady's right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Is it with... I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Dude, what did you take from the scene of the crime? What did you do? What did you do? Crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that the water? Oh my god, it has poison in it! Let's go! Hosonaga, you saved us! It also, I feel like he did drink it. Is that... He brought the table. He brought the whole restaurant. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Took the steak because it's wasteful to throw it away, and then he ate it. He took the plate as well, and he while we were talking about it, he's been replicating how it happened, just to make sure it's flawless. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. He tried to take the lady too, and to like preserve the evidence, but like, yeah, that's kidnapping. They can't say wine. Yeah, it probably was wine. Sparkling grape juice. Oh wait, no, it had to be water because the doctor, the professor couldn't have anything. He could only have water because of his dental procedure. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Well, I applaud your enthusiasm. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. I can use this now. Can I examine this bottle? Wait, can I? Can't find anything out of place. Aw, am I not allowed to find anything out of place? Ooh, I can flip it upside down though. Whee! Can I look into it? Look into the bottle. Do it. Nah. Why are the controls reversed? Aw. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Imagine if I just spilled out all of the evidence. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay. It's this one. Okay, just in case, I'm going to save it because I know what I am trying to say, but I don't know if I am at the point where the game will let me say it. It's poison. The answer is poison.
Yes!
Okay, good. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison? What's that?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! Order! Order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now?
Yeah, and have you considered that if she is the one who did it, then that actually puts you guys in that country's debt if she succeeds, whatever. It's not good. Like, there is no outcome of this where things work out for us.
Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this
Yo!
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Did he? Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. Test the wine glass. Test the wine glass. The one that she ran away with! And what did you find, Inspector? Also, like, did he actually drink it? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! What about toxins not present in this country? What about toxins present in the UK?
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I don't know, it just felt like a very muffled scream. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. The wine glass. Check the wine glass. Do it. Woo! Neither of you are mediums. This isn't gonna help. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Barrett.
Oh no! I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court? Yes, I do, if you would let me. But I will hold for a second, because I see that ads are also going again. So, hey guys, how's it going? I'm just screaming the answer at the screen. What happened with the burn and already dead thing? Why wasn't it considered? Oh, so there was like the cow burn, right? And that came from the plate, and for that to make a mark that deep and like clear, it had to have been like really painful, and he never screamed, which was weird. It basically had to be on there for like 3 whole seconds, considering the temperature of the plate. And what's it called? Because of that, it's just unlike the most likely scenario is that he was already dead, because otherwise he would have reacted in some way, and he didn't. So yeah, that's what happened with that. And now it's just like me screaming at the game going, the wine glass, check the wine glass, she ran away with the wine glass for no reason, do it. Inspector Hosonaga, you didn't run away with the whole crime scene, you missed one thing! Her bag. The court didn't believe he was already dead? I mean, the court doesn't seem like they have much of an opinion, of anything. They're just letting the prosecutor make like 20 mistakes and then just be like, oh yeah, no, he's totally right, it's so airtight this time. If something is airtight and is blown open like 5 times, I don't think it's airtight anymore. I think that there are gonna be several holes in that thing. And I would not trust it to hold liquids. Or air, in this case. Like... the only time the court is not as convinced of anything is if you're not the one who says it. This is why Kazuma is here, because Kazuma says the same thing again, but more believable, I guess. Man, I hope that Kazuma stays around for the rest of this game. And I'm just gonna knock on wood real quick because I'm a little worried about that. Like, we're gonna have to eventually spread our wings and fly on our own, right? Oh, he won't get framed for anything, right? Oh, please don't let him get framed for anything. It's fine. It's fine. Also, like, I'm also not gonna give this case too much for me screaming the answer at it. Because, like, it's the first case. Like, it literally still had tutorials in it. I'm not gonna give it too much grief for that. Cosmo's just about to, like, you know, if there's no one here, what's it called? If there's no one here, then there is no one here to pronounce my friend guilty. Friend with quotes. Man, I miss my straw.
Bleh.
Sad. Do I want to talk about what happened with Kazuma last time on stream? I don't know what you're talking about. Not at all. They're just classmates. Historians will say they were just classmates. And, you know, that's just, how it'll be. Also, I don't have to have cough drops consecutively now. Yes! That's great. Let's see, 10 seconds. And then we can present evidence. Hopefully the cup. This is the last straw. That was my last straw. I only had the one. It's fine. I'm gonna get a pack of extra backup straws. Anyway, hello. Theoretically, the ad is over, and therefore... yeah, I'll get a new one. Honestly, I'm looking into tea infuser mugs again, too, because, like, mine was dropped, not by me, a while ago, and those are pretty fun. Regardless. I assume I have evidence. It's the wine glass. Kazuma... I'm sorry, Ryunosuke, I have nothing more. Oh, about the not needing cough drop? I mean, it's still kind of there, but like, recovery.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
No, don't let her go! She did it, she and her... Huh? Who? Hello?
Please, wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? This is the daughter of the, forensic, like, professor, if I remember correctly. She also called Kazuma Kazuma-sama, so I'm like, I don't know, is Kazuma, like, a young lord? Anyway.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. This sounds like we're about to have another to be continued. There it is! Amazing. These cases are gonna be long, huh? Next time! Anyway, we're going right into it. It's fine. Oh wait, this is episode 3. Oh, there's less cases than I thought then. Aww. It has only been a couple of hours. That's so funny. I love this theme. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less.
Okay, alright, I'm about to throw hands. Throw ghost hands because I'm not there, but ugh.
The rules state that females are not permitted— are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Oh man, racism and sexism, we've got the whole isms and spades.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
Time to ring the other bell. Give me the bell, I want to chuck it at him. Yeah, defenestrate him. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. The judge is fair, I think. It sounds like there are actual rules, and I hate this.
But Your Excellency. I am most grateful.
Cool. This defense desk is getting crowded. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
Oh! The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Ah! Crime thievery. We've already established that as a trend. It's fine. Poison thesis. I can't wait for it to be about some unknown poison that, Ooh, maybe it'll be a thing where it's like it has to be mixed with a separate poison to activate the poison effect. Otherwise, it doesn't actually do anything. And is actually pretty harmless. We've been there before. I've done that before as well. I figured that out before. I don't know, that's potentially a thing. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh yeah, she ran off to go get this. I've poisoned. No, wait, hold on. No. Wait. No, not me. I was solving the mystery. I was doing that, and it's fine. I solved it. Yeah. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare? Curaga. And its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Yeah, what's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up. No, it isn't!
In what world? It's a sodium channel blocker, a paralytic. Oh, really? I don't know how to pronounce it though, but interesting. Oh, okay. A paralytic.
The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Kurare. Okay. Kurare. I'm just gonna tap my R's. Kurare.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
And I'm going to take a look at this immediately. Hello, court record. Synopsis: a poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Huh. I'm going back to the medical report real quick. Was it this? Yeah, I've read this before. I just need to double check a thing. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Extraction, so we had a tooth out. Okay, they just made the assumption that it was laughing gas. Cautionary note, okay. It says, no food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. Okay, Interesting. So it was used as an anesthetic. Okay. We'll see how this goes. I still think we need to check the wine glass, but this is very valuable information. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Yeah, sure, last time. Definitely the last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
You have had nothing to add for ages. All of the points that were like made in rebuttal to us has not been you. It has been from the witnesses. You are so useless. Hironosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yeah, as opposed to the other last chance and the other one. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. Ouchie useless? How could I suggest such a thing? Well, he is useful for one thing, getting me annoyed. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Pull out your sword! We go to battle! Okay. Well, Miss Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Okay, Judge is great.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
Oh yeah, I guess it would. My apologies, dear lady. No, not, well, it's a direct translation thing, actually. I think it's something that makes more sense if you play the JP version. Because if you were to phrase that formally, I think it would have a question word at the end there. And if you were to translate that directly, then you could interpret that like, oh, if it's a question, I have a choice. But practically, no, it's an order. So that I think that's actually just kind of a you know, she's not native thing. She is racist, though. I'm not denying that one. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, it's the... I mean, it's the thing that we just got, yeah? Like, we...
Yes!
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is the Times as well. The localization, yeah, no, definitely. Like, it's interesting because, like, they don't necessarily... Well, it's the way that they word it. It's, hold on. Yeah, it's the way that they're wording it here. Like, you can tell that it's, like, a translation thing, even though they're all speaking the same language. It's kind of cool. Show the badge. I'm not showing the badge! I'm on the... I have my, neck on the chopping block. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. The chopping badge. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What complete and utter nonsense?
Oh, you're having an online class? Well, I hope that you can get through your class.
Kurare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
That's why there was research being done on it, you goof. You wouldn't have done...
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
That's why Algae's here, just to react to things. Algae's out here as a one of those react YouTubers. That's what he's doing. That's what he's here for. Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? Oh, it's similar to tetradoc. That's neat. But would the test for pufferfish poison like catch it? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
This phase, but on like a YouTube thumbnail. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Same general mechanisms with sodium channels, but either way you wouldn't really be able to test for it. Oh, okay, that's pretty neat then. Cool. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? But, well, we don't know how instant that instant is. Oh, right, it's a paralytic. Yeah, no, it's a paralytic. It wouldn't work like that. He wouldn't even be able to scream. Oh, that's terrifying. I kind of hate that. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Man, the water splashback from my freaking cup is certainly getting me. I have to wipe my face. Ah. My water is attacking me. Yeah, poison is just not a great way to go. Although any way to go is not a great way to go. The creatures on this planet are, fun and dangerous. I guess this was a tree. Is it treason? Okay. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Okay, but you read the summary, dude. According to this, however, it's the other way around. Okay, someone paid attention.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel! The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Well, paralysis of your organs and your heart will also kill you. That's the funny thing about that. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, actually, never mind, it is not organ paralysis, okay. It causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's terrifying.
That's hideous.
Yeah, me too. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Man, the Watson of this universe really didn't have to go like that. Yeesh. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it?
Okay, If you don't believe the poison's in there, you want to drink it? You want to try it, my guy? Don't. It's terrifying. Don't do that, actually. That's a terrible way to go.
A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
What's so funny? What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
What? No! Don't! Yes, I don't see him. Why not? Why not? Oh, I think she's about to drink it. Again, it's in the wine glass. Not that wine glass, it's the one from the handbag. I think I'm right about it being in the wine glass, though.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Britain is an island! The UK is on a... Girl! Sorry.
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
It's not that glass. It is in the other glass that you took away from the crime scene. Oh, wait. What are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
I mean, I guess that's one way to test. Wow, everyone is stunned silent.
Goodness! Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, she ran away with one of the glasses. It's obviously that glass. There were two glasses that they cheered with. She ran away with one of them for some reason. It's in that glass. It also makes sense because the placement of the glass on the table is the one that's in front of the meal. That would have been the one that she was using. If she was the one eating the meal, then that would have been the one. And she ran off with his glass. Anyway, beside the point.
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Truly, this will be the final. Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. It's the glass, my guy. Please notice. Come back, Susato. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water. It's not in there! As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Oh, it's not instant? That's funny. What?!
It's in the glass!
Okay, fine. This whole trial is poison. Yeah, it is. I guess, sure. Culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses. Okay. I think it's the wording of the question. I think that was it. It's just, was poison used, as opposed to, was the poison in the bottle? You're serious.
Fool, are you blind? There was no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How, exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, I am going to save now because I feel like I have the right answer, but I don't know if I'm going to click the right buttons to get to that answer. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Well, like, what do I even say? Like, I think it's because it's in the other, it's on the other bag. That's what I think, personally. I don't know, do I read this again? Just to see? Could have application as an anesthetic. A solution. Oh, wait. If this was used in the anesthetic, like, if this was the anesthetic that he used... this is just an alternate theory now, but if it's the anesthetic that he used, then if a solution exists, then, like, maybe she already has the antidote. But on the other hand, we didn't see her take anything, so... I want to believe it's the glass so bad, but, like... There is an alternate explanation. The other glass on the yeah, it doesn't say that it shows the glass. I'm gonna try this one for the glass theory. Yeah, that's what I think. I've been very firmly on the it's in the glass like camp for a while. But if this doesn't work, wait, can I just save it on this screen? I can save it on this screen. This will help. Cause like I'm pretty sure I'm about to get this wrong because it's gonna be like no. Well, we'll see.
Yes.
Yep, that's what I thought. I didn't think it would let me. You know what? I still have more penalties. I don't care about score. It's either the other one with the glass in it, or it's gonna be the file that says something about finding a solution. So, it might not be the glass thing. But I still feel like that's a theory that I, you know, can say. Maybe it is the folio with the thing. I'll try this one first. Because it does say something about, like, if a solution is found. Oh, shoot! Oh, shoot, thank you so much for the raid queue! Hello, welcome in. I am, maybe I'm overthinking things. But yeah, if you need a rest, go rest. If not, then, welcome to the circus. This trial has been going on for, 3-day hours. Show the- I'm not showing the badge! But yeah, I have 2 theories for how this case is going. This is the end of the first case, by the way, or I assume it's the end of the first case. If you are avoiding spoilers for Greatest Attorney, then you should probably run. The longest trial. Is this the longest one? It has been it has been 3 parts. Oh yeah, for my chat, if you don't know, Q is the one who rigged this model. So all of the really awesome stuff, that's Q. So please go check out Q's channel. Is it this one? Has to be then, right? Finding the solution for it. I really want to believe it's that she poisoned the glass. I really want to believe that she poisoned the glass because like that's just...
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. Then it's not the glass, and I'm just sad. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection.
That's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish.
You don't speak English, you freaking... I hate this guy so much. He's so useless.
This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. Also, you know English. いや、違う。違いますけど。I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveal... It is 3 little things. It's probably impractical applications. Wait, let me double check. 英語もわからない。Listen, the real trick is that you never know English.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
This report has too much information for us to consider the information, and therefore you have no information. Practical applications. Okay. But no! Let me just fancy cursive.
No.
I'm not showing the badge.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Follow me into my descent into insanity as I keep yelling the wrong answer at the screen, apparently. Okay, it's practical applications. Yeah, it's not even paragraphs. It's literally 4 sentences. It's written right here under practical applications, I think.
Oh, really? Go on.
Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect? No, are you kidding me? Hold on. Because the practical application says that, like, there's a way, potentially, to use it as an anesthetic, and therefore... Did I jump too... I think I jumped too many steps ahead. Really? Is it the first one here because it says incapacitate instead of kill? Is that the real reason? I'm just annoyed because, like, you guys can follow my line of logic, right? Where it's like, if it has use as an anesthetic, then, like, and if a solution is found for the respiratory arrest, then, like, this is assuming that she has been actively looking for this way to stop it. I don't know, maybe the game is like, no, it hasn't been discovered yet, never mind.
Objection!
You'll have to do that.
I'm going to drop kick you into the goddamn 8th century. Read proper. Don't you? I'm just saying. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make a different save just in case, because I'm running out of slots of badges. Like, okay, then it has to be the synopsis then, yeah? Because it says incapacitate? Because this doesn't mean anything. Instant paralysis and subsequent death. Oh, through a wound. Oh, I'm dumb. It's because it has to go through the wound, and she drank it and she didn't have a wound, you know, assumedly. Is that it? Okay, he doesn't look panicked. That's it. We found it. We found it. We figured it out. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. Yeah, actually, no, I did not consider that one. Imagine you had a stomach ulcer and then, oh man, just keeled over. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council, no, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. Oh yeah, okay, so that means that my logic for the synopsis part of it also kind of leads into this one, where it's like, it says incapacitate rather than kill. Well, I mean, yesn't. I think I'm just having a lot of copium. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Incapacitate. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. Uh-huh. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
He's turning and copium go hand in. That's fair. I still think she could have poisoned him with the glass. It's not what happened, but like, it was plausible. Anyway, Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kurare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Imagine if she had like a split lip. And then she is been presented with this and she's like, oh shoot.
You meddling little
Oh my god, it's alive!
rapscallion!
I joked about that hat being alive earlier, and I don't like that it's actually actively alive. Can we remove that from the courtroom? Please. Wait, is it like sewed onto her hat? Like, it doesn't look like it's sitting. That's weird. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out State's attorney, of course, is alive. Fair enough. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Yeah, after fumbling like 5 times. Really? Me? Her goose is cooked. Must be windy in that courtroom. Yeah, he has a perpetual fan going. Actually, it's Alchi from the other side fanning furiously to make sure that the headband is blowing. Not the first time we had a bird on the witness stand. Your Honor, I would like to listen to the Swan's testimony. It was also a witness to the events that day. Had to meet your class with a shocking conundrum. A lawyer.
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possible. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book.
I mean, okay, I guess it's just sitting on it. Alright. Swans are mean. I feel like that swan could murder us.
But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Gastric acid. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
He had a surgery! He literally has open wounds in him. He got a tooth extracted. It is gone. That's a wound. Ah.
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
The wound was technically sewn shut, but like, even if it's sewn shut, it hasn't healed over yet. Like, liquid would definitely be able to get into it. Like, there's a reason why, like, if you have, like, yeah, if you're stitched up somewhere, you're not supposed to get it wet. Like, moisture gets trapped in there, but it gets in there. So, yeah. Your Honor, we've literally discussed this so many times. He got a dental procedure. Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Oh, oof. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
Also, yeah, he was only supposed to drink water. You're not supposed to drink poison when you, like doctor's orders. You gotta follow doctor's orders. Don't drink poison. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Ooh.
Objection!
Oh, he said it! He said it! He said the thing! It was a really calm sounding one, but he did it! I'm so proud! Objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Okay, this one has to be this. It has to. Take that! Yes! I'm so proud of him! He's saying the thing! He's doing the thing! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough.
What? Oh god, is she going to poison him? Never mind, I guess not.
You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
Wait. Even if you break it, you can test the shards, right? Unless she's gonna, like, eat the bottle. No.
I mean, it could just slip.
What? What does that just... Is she does... How could she get away with this? She is in front of a room of people who are judging this trial. That is the most suspicious thing that you could do. Just... How does... Yeah, this isn't gonna help her, right? Like, maybe tampering with evidence or obstruction of justice aren't a thing yet? Oh yeah, totally an accident, she says, after saying, wow, if it were to drop, what a problem. Drops it. Like, she just outed herself. What the heck?
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No, that's just an admission of guilt. What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a blunder. Officer, What are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire.
Which can nullify the poison! This was all planned by the British Empire.
I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully.
It's still in there! Just test the carpet! Girl! How do you think this will help you? What the heck is happening?
You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
No evidence anymore. Guess he's the culprit. Yeah, maybe we're not gonna arrest the person who destroyed evidence on the stand. This is okay. If a witness testimony is enough to convict Ryunosuke, then that means that watching her actively destroy evidence when we are about to prove that she framed us while giving a maniacal speech means that she's probably guilty. I think that's fair. I think it's fair that we could convict her on that. What is... Sponges exist, right? How could you? You won't get away with this. I mean, yeah, you won't get away with this. Someone's gotta, like...
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not.
Okay, so now we use the glass. You...
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
You can't still simp for her after this, right? You watched her destroy evidence. Oh my god.
Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
I hope you get fired.
And that's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using kurare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged.
I feel like this would cast everything into doubt, though. Come on.
The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I miss Edgeworth. Yeah, me too. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Yeah, no, literally. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? You've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now... The glass! I really want to use the glass! Come on! They must be in your head. In my head? Told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Oh well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Zoom. Every color. Zoom! Enhance! Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I wonder what it could be! Yep, that's not a sus. That's just ketchup. There was blood. I mean, we didn't have a color photograph, so like, until he remembered, we wouldn't have gotten that information. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. It's the lamb sauce. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Ooh, alright, I can't wait. Blood. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. I wonder what it could be! If it isn't this, by the way, I'm going to be mad. If it's not the blood!
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Oh yeah, he's probably having a whole crisis about that one. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. Okay, I feel like it shouldn't have been invisible in the black and white, you know? Would have been like shaded a different gray.
What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
Well, no, but he was turned around. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Ah!
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Barrett.
I beg your pardon! Then beg!
Exit wound? Oh, they addressed that. There is no exit wound. The bullet was still in his body. That was actually part of the thing. That's actually addressed.
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
To be fair, the exit wound thing has not been brought up since the literal beginning of the case.
Hold it!
Huh? Ooh! This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. Okay, evidence thief, let's go! I took it meat and... Ugh. Has that started to rot? Meat and all, I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. This guy's nuts, actually. This guy is crazy. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Don't let her drop this one. It's made of metal, but it should be, you know. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Let's go. Is there blood on it? Did no one notice this? Sorry for the delay. Here's the thing. He's not the craziest Ace Attorney character. He's probably still pretty sane by Ace Attorney standards. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man, show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. It would have dried. No. No blood. It would have dried. Dried blood is not red. But yeah, no, where he saw it, it would have been the edge of the plate. It's not there. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Wait, it was under that. Wait, yeah. There was a wooden... It's on the wood... It's on the coaster. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. You're fine. It was on the coaster. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy.
Ah, the bird. It's on the wood, and is it a different coaster now?
You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Oh my god.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget it all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wished to examine it again, be my guest.
Yeah, let me examine it. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. No, we're looking. We're looking. We perceive. Okay, well, hold on. What? I forgot about this little plot thread. This is the antique guy's coin. Why is it here? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, What's it doing there? It's not her steak. Wait, did you say it was a Hoye Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoye Koban. Adds flavor of the era. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bouillon and bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. Did he hide it under his steak, though? This is extraordinary, though. This means that... Wait, can I just... Certainly never expected to find a precious coin under this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoy era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath a steak. There's only one logical explanation. Not hers. Ain't her plate. Oh wait, has that been put into the... Is that what it says on there now? No, it doesn't say. Okay. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I already did it. I don't need the prompt. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, this is the final time. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Yes, I do! That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yes, the coin! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself quite clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
Yeah, the meat also looks different, but I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
You do not have diplomatic immunity! This isn't that game. Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Am I allowed to, like... Will this let me? I know it's under here. Oh, I hope this works. But there's a coin! It's under the steak! How do I make it go? How do I... What? Lift it? How do I lift it? Oh, do I have to press space on it? Yeah, okay. I think it's just a misunderstanding. Lift it with my hands. I know what it is. Wait. Okay. First of all, there's nothing on the back here. So, can I lift you? There we go. I already saw this! I thought because I already saw it, it would be fine. I already read this. I was too fast. Uh-huh. Yep. I'm aware. Oh man, a bouillon and bouillon. Don't think you'll ever see that again. This is extraordinary though. This means... can I like turn this so that it's like more on the coin? There, this thing.
Got it.
Good gracious, that's... Oh, actually, your conclusion after this, ad break. I tried to snooze it 3 times, and now I have no more snoozes. Yeah, it didn't process it until, because that I found it. I realize that now. Otherwise it would have been put into the little summary, which is unfortunate. I keep getting attacked by my water.
Yep. Ad time, and therefore I wait. Hello.
Actually, I don't know if you can hear me, but hello. No sequence breaking allowed. But what if I want a speed run? What if I want to say your name is in fact the thing that killed injured Dr. Watson, and it's a sick literary reference, and therefore you are the one who killed him? Clearly that's the case. I just gotta, like, you know, I just gotta dissect everybody's names. That's obviously what I have to do. Although, Sherlock Holmes wouldn't have been written at this point, huh? I mean, he's a character, but... Oh, you weren't hit with an ad. Oh, cool. Well, that's weird. I don't know what Twitch is doing, then. Regardless. I'm just gonna, like, wait until it's safely over, because, like... I just want to make sure, because, like, it's the climactic moment. I'm not gonna, like... you know, have people miss it. Twitch is weird. Ah, oh, that's weird. Never mind, I'm hit! Person down, person down! I've been hit, Captain! Ace Attorney speedrun sounds miserable. Yeah, I imagine it's just a lot of clicking through dialogue. They can't hear me. I cannot explain why it is the way it is. But yeah, it's to prevent pre-roll. Although all the people here, like right now listening, don't have to deal with that at all. So, oh shoot, you're already free? That was fast. Hello.
Tell me why.
I still remember that time when I made like a parody version of that song for P8S in Final Fantasy XIV. It exists somewhere. Will I do anything with it? I don't know. Yeah, no, that's fair. Would it surprise you to hear that this is the least amount of ads that Twitch would let me do to disable pre-roll? Like, this is the least amount that I could actually do. Which is disgusting, but like... Oh, huh. If it's 15 seconds in total and there were 3, then that means they must be like spacing it out so that everyone gets hit separately within these 3 minutes. That's really weird. That's really dumb, actually. I am not a fan of that. But I don't think there's actually much I can do about it. I already used up all my snoozes. So, we're just here, in silence, shocked, like this judge. You think the coin will be okay after being, like, marinated in, like, sauce? Like, that would reduce the historical value on it, yeah? I don't know. Is barbecue sauce, like, corrosive at all? Tasty coin. Don't eat it! Although, chat was talking... Oh, it is corrosive. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I think it would also screw up, like, the etchings and stuff on there. That's real bad. Oh, okay. It should be safe now. Oh, you need a dental procedure now? Hope you don't get poisoned. Yeah, what are the chances of that happening? Just don't go on a fun luncheon with an English woman from the British Empire in whatever year this takes place in. Alrighty, welcome back. Yeah, sorry about all the ads. This is literally, I said it before, but like, it is the least amount of ads I can do to turn off pre-roll. So. Good gracious.
Koban? What on earth?
Hoey Arrow one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question. Is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
How? Yes, the chef just happens to have a historical artifact and just dropped it into the steak. That's believable. Okay. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoye Kulban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. A good restaurant puts coin in their meat. Whoops, I served the customer a relic! Oh no, the customer just ate a piece of history. Oh man, the historians and the archaeologists are gonna be real mad about this one. Oops, the customer just ate a dinosaur bone. Dang. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Admit it's a coin incidence, though. Anyway. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoye Kulban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer— You don't have a lawyer job. I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it is essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Kulban that was found underneath the beef steak is... you! I'm living on the edge now, I only have one left. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute. Curio Correcta-san. Correcta. Serving woolly mammoth, oh god. We don't talk about mummies. This is a thing people did actually— don't look that up. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad. People are screwed up.
Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Well, I mean, it's a play on English, so, you know. Ah, yes. Yep, Mummy Brown. Yeah, don't look— Bubbles, do not look up Mummy Brown. Don't do it. I'm not gonna describe it, but if anyone wants to delve into that terrible history, it's a thing. Don't eat the artifacts. Don't eat history. Oh, yes. The old man who testified earlier, alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Kulban coin when it happened. You already know? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's move on. Let's move on. And exactly the moment the gun was fired. Let's save everyone.
A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, don't eat that.
Hunting for treasure.
No, I'm not curious at all, actually.
Indeed, the Holy Gara Koban, my prized coin.
And this Hoyera Koban, do you mean to tell me?
No, please. Why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I thought this case was ending. This is not ending. Oh my god, it is not the final one. Can't believe we come back around to that pair again. Neither can I. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Oh my god. For such a straightforward story, this game is very long. Yeah! I have a feeling that there are not multiple cases anymore. I'm starting to think that this is just going to be a series of this very, very long case. I'm suddenly, okay.
What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. Oh my god. It just hit me that that was the pun. Why did he bring his son? Because he's a good dad and wants to make sure his son is okay.
When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness.
Well, with that attitude, I'm not gonna give you your coin back.
And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute's memory serves, have you ever seen this
Ah! Yes, that's it. The one, the very exact one, that is.
That it is. Oh my gosh, why do you talk like this?
The resplendent, splendiferous hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
Ow, oh shoot, sorry, was I too loud? Oof, it shouldn't, my mic shouldn't be able to speak. Oh, okay.
It can't be.
As I thought. Oh, the knife in the boot. Oh, I didn't see that. Well, that's awful. We need a medic.
Young man, enlighten me, this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery.
Okay.
Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means, somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing?
Okay, so we're gonna get another murder and it's gonna be this guy. This guy's gonna be the murderer. We don't know. We were hoping you would know. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Oh no, not the 1%. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So, that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. It wouldn't be the kid, right? I mean, it wouldn't be the military guy, right? The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but... the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta-san's koban is all too clear.
What? What?
Oh, Wilson was a regular there. Shoot, Wilson was a regular. Wilson was a regular, the antique collector was also a regular, but he was the one who got stolen from in this case, so I don't think it's him. It's the Swan! I think that your court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. I'm gonna save, because, I'm in danger. Alrighty. So it's... I mean, yeah, he was a regular. Okay, I'm gonna talk through all of these. Obviously not the people who were not involved. It was Ouchie! Okay. You were investigating there. You only started working there after the events have already happened. You aren't a regular there. You don't go there often. Done being overstimulated by Swankai structural geology. Ooh. Yeah, you also don't go there often. You do, but you were stolen from... It really does have to be...
Take that!
Wow. Watson, what are you doing? Yeah, seems like a likely candidate for a koban thief. Oh no! Dang it! I got misled! Not as much as you shocked me. No one could have approached the table unnoticed. Okay, so it is the guy, the antique guy. It's the antique guy. And we do this. Okay, I'm never looking at chat ever again.
Take that!
I can't believe you've done this to me. It's the- yeah, obviously it's the guy who goes over there for the rich clientele. Wait, really? It can't be her. What, does she usually go there? Wait, genuinely, I don't remember. I might have missed them saying that. Does she go there often? I know that she was going again today, but like, it has to be her then. And also, I get it, because the thief mask. But like, oh shoot, was it really her? Are we just pinning every crime on this lady?
Take that!
Are we not? Wait, what? This is not correct either. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, we're not pinning it on her. I'm not wrong on that. That doesn't seem right. Wait. Wait. Didn't the sergeant... didn't he react strangely when talking about the coin a lot earlier on, like, literal days ago? Was it the baby? Did the baby do it?
Take that!
Oh my god, it was the baby. Obviously? It's not Kazuma! Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesanosa.
But how? How dare you monster!
Yeah, obviously. I mean, process of elimination, I guess? But like... I don't... Okay. Monster.
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido! Ido!
Bubbles, I think you get your wish. I think you get your wish. It was the baby.
Ido is the mastermind behind all this!
Why are you pinning it on the baby? Yeah, I don't think anyone's buying this.
The baby ratatouille'd my hair and was controlling my movements. I couldn't stop myself from stealing all of those things.
You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Why did he think that anyone would buy that? What the? Clippity clop. What is happening? Did he just break? Did the baby just break his spine? What? Did he just, like, soft reset? Is someone turning off and on again?
Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Yesanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
How is this baby okay? Stop squashing the baby!
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation, owing to the recently ended conflicts, remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban?
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
Yeah, I genuinely didn't remember him saying that he routinely frequented the place. I thought that he only went to the restaurant that one time to meet with the guy, with the antique dealer. I just misremembered. Whoops. Haha, he would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for time rewinding powers.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
Yeah, I'm surprised he can afford a fancy steak every 3 days.
I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened.
Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished.
I'd owe too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. Slipped it under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. So it was his stake, it wasn't hers. Yeah, what a weird time this is. Me too.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Dude.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, your excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's man.
It means that that's not the right stake.
Guys, do you not have any brain cells to rub together? Nothing?
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
Well.
Oof.
Oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yeah, so you might want to look into your own history because you didn't have utensils back in the day, funny enough. Got that from a different culture. Oh, geez, lack of brain cells is too infectious. Oh, shoot, you're right. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, no! I see no further justification for detaining her, unless you have another point to finally make finally. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
No. Are you looking at me? Oh no, you're looking at him. That's fair. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, she did just like directly say that it wasn't her stake, because like, why would you put that in there? That's ridiculous. Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time. Last. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Wait, hold on. Nope, there is a fork and knife there, so beside the point, I guess. I was wondering which statement it was. But it's probably just the coin thing. It is the Final Fantasy, definitely the last one. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Just in case, because sometimes I choose the wrong thing. Okay. Well, it would be this, yeah? Because it's not hers.
Take that!
I'm so proud of him. He's not saying yes anymore. He's actually saying the thing. The steak that Miss Bread had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Oh my god, they're finally addressing it. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then, take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. How old is that steak? 3 days. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and she could...
I want to frame this guy, but I can't get away with seeming ungentlewomanly.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie at his place. Just leave that... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Yeah, it's funny because she has a swan on her head for some reason. Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Well, yeah, it's not her steak. Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. They've been swapped! The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. She's quite feather-brained. Well, we don't know whether or not that's true just yet. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Okay, here's the thing. Teeth marks aside, it's the fact that he said that he put the coin underneath his steak, and then the steak had a coin under it. So it's obviously not hers, right? Like, we didn't even need the teeth marks to establish that. It helps, though. Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Oh, under the steak.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
The baby did it! Oh my god! How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already.
Yeah, definitely.
And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I mean, I don't have it. I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be the last final request of of the defense in this trial. So like, it's the inspector, yeah? Because he mentioned that he had 2 plates of steak. He said, I have her steak. I also have the antique dealers and the other guy's steaks too. I'm a fanatic. Like, that's what he said? I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I'm pretty certain it's him. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. Yeah, because you took every piece of evidence that day. No, you're not withholding it, you're just hoarding it, which is a weird way to... Okay. The inspector just has a duffel bag full of steak. All the steak from the kitchen that day. Every single piece of potential evidence is his. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I don't want to say withheld as in, like, he's not hiding it deliberately, but he is hoarding it because he thinks it's like it'll be important later. But then he just never brings it out. He should have given it to us a while ago. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. Oh, are we really just proving that this steak was his? Okay, cool. The coin one is all we needed, but okay. And as well as admitting to stealing Korekta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. I know it's the final boss, but what if I need the elixirs later? Yeah, basically. I mean, listen, I know that I have really cool spells, but like, what if I need my MP later? You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Okay, oh, that explains also why earlier I was just like, why doesn't the grayscale picture have the blood in it? It just shaded differently. It's because the plate was swapped. Oh my gosh, foreshadowing! Wait, hold on. That's very clever. That's not an inconsistency. I mean, it is, but... Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Yeah, sure. The British... Want to have a talk with your museums? Okay. Alright. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the 2 steaks over.
Well, yeah. someone did. It doesn't have to be him. Like, they were switched.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened,
Bang!
When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. And I stole the steak! As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. Well, Archie answered his own question because it panned to him. He looked uncomfortable, just like, well, are you suggesting he switched it? And then the guy's just like, it's like, you switched it? But then when the announcer announced he was, the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Yeah, like, why didn't you say that earlier, dude? You've already been found out. Military precision and timing! I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, prosecutor son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes, it was plenty. Thank you for that. So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. Switch your plate that has nothing to do with the murder with the one directly in front of the victim. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. Your Honor, everybody is guilty of something. Throw them all into jail. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeants. And the antique dealers, but mostly the sergeants. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! Oh, don't eat the mask. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. No.
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now, we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Stakes are getting higher. Let's go! Yes, sir. There it is, there it is, there's the bloodstain, we see it! Sorry for keeping you. I had to go through my entire closet of evidence from prior cases. There it is, there it is! Here is the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. We've done it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible.
Yes!
Yes! Appropriate time for that yes now. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate. It was just lamb sauce. What do you mean? It wasn't blood. Shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Everyone thought I was crazy. Everyone thought I was crazy for preserving the evidence. Now they'll see. I'll show them.
It can't be!
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. Who's the baby? It's you! Oh god, the swan died. I didn't realize it was tied to her confidence.
Outdone! By a Japanese! Me! By a Japanese schoolboy! No!
Oh! Oh my god! She trapped it on there. It's trying to leave. Oh!
Yeah!
Was that a tiny chick? Was that where are those coming from? Where are the tiny birds coming from? Huh? Where? I think she's getting away? Question mark? Did she die? Oh, she's back. Right, there's a ceiling in this building. She can't fly away from this.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
Yeah, that's a swan song, all right. Yep. Ugly duckling, yeah. That one's about to be adopted by a bunch of ducks. Get bullied. She hit the wall. She just bonked into it.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
She absolutely has like a bonk, like you know the cartoon like bump from hitting your head on something. Like she has that, but she's hiding it with her hat now. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Is this the final?
It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So, you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. What if he was not gonna go to the dentist at any point? Like, I don't know. Maybe he complained about his teeth a lot. Because kunare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone.
Oh, that's why it was in front of him. I thought that was weird. Wow, everything is being explained. I'm actually really glad about that.
And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
Oh yeah, no, nothing would have happened if he didn't go to the dentist. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, how can you account for someone needing to get like a sporadic tooth extraction? Like, how else were you going to kill this man? Anyway, beside the point. That would be me. I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my I was right! Under your skirt! The one place I would never be able to check!
Anyway, I'm sorry, this guy is just... has that energy. So I was right. There were 2 guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang!
That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
How did he not notice that the position changed? Whatever. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Why not pretend he died of natural causes? Yeah, it was too fast and she was the last person dining with him. And with her field of study, it would have been pretty quick to put it together. So it had to be misdirection.
So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor? Really? So you're going to jail?
Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder... might I speak with you in private later?
No! You killed someone! Huh? I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone.
Are we just letting her leave? No, right?
I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
She's going away in chains, right? In chains, right? We're not just letting her walk out of there? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be.
Taketsuchi Aochi does not lose.
Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten, even when I get a different name in the future. My descendants will...
My family will have a grudge against yours forever. I don't know. This feels like a... Yeah, pain. Oh, that's what I was talking about. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. I forgot what his first name was. Pain. I just remember that. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh! Yeah? Wait! You're on the other side of the room! How did you do that? Dude! You have long distance sword? That's freaking cool! 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. We're just gonna let that slide, alright. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Phoenix Wright studying the system, being like, what the heck was this case? Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Winston and Gaspar. Oh, shoot, there was two. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. Well, it's technically induction. Actually, anyway, beside the point. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. I'm retiring right now. Screw this case. This was the longest 5 hours of my life. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Not really so illustrious after what happened today. Whatever. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. Gasp in pain. Yep, gasp in pain and then winced in pain. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Secret mission? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense... how can I put it? Unusual potential. Emphasis on unusual. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ah, hello. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Confetti? Sakura petals, I'll take it. Close enough. I mean, it would have been weird if they had confetti, to be fair. This court is now adjourned. Yippee! We've solved one case! I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. I'm assuming this is the professor. No, that's her. Never mind. I thought it was your dad. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Did you like my impression of my dad? Anyway. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know?
Oh, no, I didn't do anything.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Oh shoot, another ad, I can't stop. I think I might keep going though because I'm running really over. I thought that I was ending so much earlier. I was wrong. Sasato? Oh man, you're right, that was the sus voice.
Let's keep going.
Your father? Oh, yeah, of course. Professor Words himself.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings. Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. And I don't remember what I did. I'm just gonna judge voice, whatever. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? And they were friends? Okay, I'm not gonna say that again. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never seen you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asoki clan. Oh yeah, your sword. Your magic sword that cuts from 5 miles away. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And my soul wanted to slice Algae in two. And cuts down anything that's in my way. I'll never get that sword past customs. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Yes, It's, not easy to tell you this, but... Uh-oh. What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? We're gonna follow her. Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? Someone said this. Who knows? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Ah, it's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor? I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments— oh wait, no, it is a highly serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. Uh-oh. Good night. Rest well. Yeah, I should be— hopefully I'm wrapping things up soon, unless suddenly it's just like, we go back into court! We do this again! It is not the final. They can't invoke a consular court just like that! Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. Oh, that's why she's been laughing the whole time. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. Oop. Putting it off for about an hour yet now? Honestly, me too. Well, not bed, but like, you know. Take care, rest well. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we are the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Oh good, hopefully it's not carbonated water. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Well, that's terrifying, but also I assume it's free, so I'll do it. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. Oh, we're fighting. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Ryunosuke should go stab a British person equivalent exchange. Gotta do it on British soil, though. Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release.
Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, you don't want to celebrate? You don't want free food? Oh. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. But Kazuma might. Sherlock Sholmes definitely will, probably. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Was it how useless Aochi was? Are you gonna be a prosecutor? Is this the Miles Edgeworth thing? Are we gonna face each other? Never mind. Not that. Couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryonosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. And also knowledge of the law. A sword, a gun. To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Wait, no, don't you Mia-Fey me. Don't die. Don't do it. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. Oh god, no, don't you Mia-Fey me. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. That's a corner room. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then? Did I ever well, I'll get back to you on that. Well, that's not something that anyone can do. Takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. You know what's most important? Theatrics. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Yunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Huh, you're still here, aren't you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. I'll be right there. Uh-oh. Are you not gonna tell me now? Please ask me. Please ask me now. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. No! Tell me! Your first court victory. Wait, no! This is mirroring what happened with Mia, right? Didn't Mia also say that? Hold on. Wasn't she also like, oh yeah, guess we gotta go and do something else, and have some food instead of tell you about this thing that I'm gonna tell you about at a later point. Uh-oh. No. Not Kazuma! Not Kazuma, please! And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. No. Yes, that too. No. No. Don't you death flag this man! But they were classmates. They were classmates! You can't just do this! That's not fair! So my very first trial came to an end. Oh, is my toggle not working? Kazuma, Professor Mikotowa, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. No! Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Wow! He had the evidence! It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. Oh, there we go. Now I got the cry. Ah! No, this is actually mirroring what happened. I'm scared. Yeah, no, Hosonaga came in clutch. He hoarded that evidence and protected that evidence, except for the bottle, which Brett took so easily from him. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Oh no. No, stop it! Just how much it would change my— Wait, no, hold on. This sounds like he will get asked the question. It's fine. It sounds like he's gonna get asked the question. It's just a very life-changing question. Don't let anything bad happen to him. Don't do it. Oh, that's cruel. Oh no. Maybe it's like, you go to Great Britain instead, right? Right? Don't die. No. That was one episode. Okay, that wasn't— Wow. This is long. Please don't kill the classmate. They were classmates. Don't do this. Don't separate them. Tutorial done. Holy moly, that is crazy. But for now, we're not gonna get into that right now. For you see, it is way over where I thought. I was like, I can wrap it up in one thing. Yes, I did figure out what the Patoru thing was. Yeah, what's it called? It's the little cheapy Christmas thing, right? The real Ace Attorney Souls begins. Well, that was terrifying. It was worth it though. I did want to wrap it up because like, it was like ramping up, you know? It's like 5:32 a.m. Oh my god, go get some sleep! So this is it. The finals. Let me see. Is anyone else streaming right now? Oh my god, people are streaming right now. Let's go. We're going to Ren again. We go raid her, and I'm gonna go get food. Yeah, no, go to bed. I have a terrible sleep schedule too. I feel that. I get it. But yeah. Time to traumatize her. Oh no, don't! She doesn't deserve it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Oh my god, you're right. Thank you. I have one of those. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for vibing and going through with my terrible, horrible adventure of barking up the wrong tree. That wine glass never was a thing. Yep, the raccoon is there. You mean using Pokemon sleep? Oh. Ooh. Sometimes guilt is a motivator, sometimes it isn't. But yeah, yep. On Monday, gonna keep going with this game. Shoot, there's a lot to go. And we're past the tutorial, so we can finally get, destroyed. But yeah, I will be back on Monday. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Oh, before I forget, tomorrow, Corey is going to be doing a special stream, just so you know. So that's twitch.tv/Corey. Just so you know, that's a thing that's happening. I'm gonna probably be in chat at some point. But yeah, so yeah, thank you guys so much. Take care and have a great weekend. Bye-bye. I don't know when it'll